representation in council, and also it will impact the communities of interest. I will not continue. I will not make the presentation. It will be led by Ms. Laura Cruz Acosta and Ms. Karina. They will lead you in this presentation. And now the floor is yours, Ms. Laura.
Thank you, Ms. Bobby. Thank you very much, Ms. Fabiola. My name is Laura Cruz Acosta. I'm the communications director for the city. I'm just going to help Ms. Karina Brascala, who is actually the recording secretary for the commission, to lead the conversation. And so I hand it off to Karina. Karina, if you want to kick it off.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all for being here virtually and spending your evening with me. And I know some of you have been at several of these meetings, so I think no surprises. And I appreciate everyone watching me go through these slides and pretending like it's brand new information for those of you who already know what's going on. So I think my screen should be up for everyone, and then just let me know if there's any issues at any time with audio or with me clicking through, and we'll do our best to fix that. Okay. So here's a quick overview of the presentation I'll be giving tonight. So we'll just be running through a little bit of background, as Ms. Campos Lopez said, a little bit about what is redistricting, why are we doing this, why is it important, information on what the commission and council are looking at when they're picking new maps, and then information on how you can make your own maps and how you can stay involved in the process throughout the rest of the year. So what is redistricting? So very, very simply, it's the creation of new representative districts. This is something that we do after the census results. So every 10 years, the census comes out, and that's our official count of the population of where people live. So we redraw our boundaries to make sure that everyone is still being equally and fairly represented. And this will happen, you'll hear a lot, especially in the news these days, about the state and the federal process. So it happens across all levels of government. The county finished theirs up late last year. What the city is working on is just the city council representative districts. So districts 1 through 8. Those are the rep districts that we're looking at only within city limits. So this doesn't touch commissioner's court. This doesn't touch any of the Senate or House seats. And the city of El Paso follows the process laid out in city charter. And then we also comply with any applicable federal and state regulations. So there are some laws that everybody has to abide by and use, and we follow those as well, but then we also use the process in the charter. So this is what the city charter says. So it lays out a districting commission should be established. And that commission works like any of the other advisory boards and commissions, you know, open space, parks, bicycle advisory committee, all of those. Animal services has one, which I always love. And all of those commissions, so they have appointees from each of the council representatives. So 8 council reps and then 1 appointee from the mayor.
I think she has frozen.
Yeah, she froze.
Okay, so then let me see if she can get back on. Give me a moment. There you go. She's
okay.
back.
Said it was fine for me. Okay, where did we leave off?
So the last thing that we heard you say was talking about the appointee from each of the council members and the appointee by the mayor.
Okay, so 9 commissioners total, just like city council, and then commission is going to make a recommendation to city council on the maps. Council is the final authority, so city council is going to be, those are going to be the people that will actually adopt the map. And it's come up a few times throughout the process, but I will say that all of the council reps have been very vocal about wanting to stay out of the process, about wanting to have the commission do its work and hopefully just adopt what the commission presents. They want to have it be as independent as it possibly can. And so they're trusting their appointees to do their work. but I would encourage anybody who's interested in the process to, follow it all the way through City Council and make sure they continue to hear what you want from these maps. Okay. So redistricting is really important because it helps reflect where our population is now. And this will be in place for the next 10 years. So we're going to have this until the census comes out again. And this is going to shape, who your representative is, who you vote with, all of that kind of stuff. So we want to make sure that everybody across the city, no matter where you live, has equal representation. And then this is a little timeline of where we are in the process. So census results came out in August of last year, and then all of the commissioners were appointed on September 1st. Following that, we began having regular districting commission meetings. So those happen on Wednesdays at City Hall at 4 p.m. And then I have a list of meetings later in the presentation. And on October 26th, City Council adopted a resolution that lays out kind of the rules for the commission and for council that the city will be following in our process. And then we are also using the new El Paso County election precincts. So those were adopted in December. So we're all set up. We've got all the data and all the information we need to, make sure that these maps can go into place and we don't have any issues. So right now we're in the last week of our community meeting. So thank you again to the Neighborhood Coalition for hosting us tonight. And then we have 2 more this week. My last one is on Thursday at the Westside Regional Command. And then we're back to regular districting commission meetings on Wednesday of next week, so February 16th. And then the commission will continue reviewing maps, making their final decision, and they have until April 13th to make a recommendation to council. So they can make one sooner, but April 13th is the deadline we gave them. And then City Council will immediately begin public hearings on the maps. And then the very, very last day that council can adopt a map is July 23rd. I would anticipate that they'll make a decision much sooner, but just that's the day that candidate filing opens. So in order to not interfere with the November election, council needs to make a decision before July. But if they have their recommendation in April and they're looking at 2, maybe 3 maps, I think that decision will come out a lot faster, but I would encourage everybody to go to the public hearings in front of council and let them know at that point as well, participate in the process there. So this is what the current council boundaries look like. So this is our 8 districts as they are today with the population from the 2020 census. So a lot of growth. Our largest district is District 5 with 118,000 people. And then we have some smaller districts with 70,000. So you can imagine if you're splitting a rep with almost 120,000 other constituents versus 70, just the attention you get there is a little split. So the numbers are far enough off that we do have to look at every district this time around. So nobody's going to go untouched by the process. And I would encourage everybody, it's really important to know what's going to happen. So that way you're not surprised if you get to the polling place in November and you're like, who is this? I had no idea my council rep was up for election. And then this is the change so that you can see, when these boundaries were adopted, these were all about equal districts. In 2012, those numbers were all the same. A lot of shifts here. So lots of growth in the Northeast, the Northwest, the Far East side. I think unsurprising, we always hear it. Far East a lot. And then the city's overall population gained about 30,000. And it was a question the other night, but this does not include Fort Bliss. Fort Bliss is a separate entity, so it's just city limits. And then here are the numbers a little bit differently if you want to just see them clearly. So our total population is 678,851. If you divide that by 8, right, if we had 8 exactly equal districts, you would have a population of 84,851. When you're doing federal and state processes, that number has to be very exact. So you'll see it mentioned a lot in the news about the state processes. It needs to be an exactly equal district, and that's where you get kind of very tiny little lines. The city luckily has a little bit of flexibility there. So 10% variation is generally over time what courts have found to, oh, I'm seeing that Judy doesn't have sound. Okay, I'm just going to keep going. So the courts have generally said that, you know, over time, 10% is still an acceptable range for considering the representation to be equal, but allowing then municipalities some flexibility in boundaries that kind of make more sense geographically, or, you know, depending on how their city is laid out. So that 10% variation is very helpful because this is the list of rules, you know, criteria that City Council adopted late last year. So they said, yeah, yes, we have to have the, you know, equal population, but we would also like the commission to consider these other items. So easily identifiable geographic boundaries. Biggest one is the mountain range here. But if you're looking at another city, it might be something like, you know, if there are any rivers or canals. We can also use major roads. So I-10, US 54, something like that might also come into play. Communities of interest should be maintained. And communities of interest is a very, very broad legal definition that can apply to really anybody that has similar interests and concerns. So that can be things like socioeconomic data, but it can also just be anything that might unite you with a particular group of people on any sort of policy issue. And then avoid splitting neighborhoods. So try and, you know, make sure you're voting with the people across the street. Depending on the precincts, it might not always be possible, but we're going to try and keep folks, you know, again, in a way that makes sense. A lot of these are very common sense. So composed of whole voting precincts. I'll do a quick plug. I love this. So the city and the county do at-large voting. And what that means is that when we have an election going on, you can vote at any polling location. So there's no more of, you know, go to the early voting locations, but on voters' day, you have to be at this poll place. You can vote near your work. You can vote near a friend you're visiting. If you're out running errands, you can go vote anywhere, anytime. But the reason we still stick to the precincts is for some of the smaller elections, I think specifically school board, you know, where it's a limited area, we stick to those precincts so that the elections office knows exactly where they need to be running polling locations. And then districts should be based on existing districts. So we don't want to do any kind of crazy renumbering this time around. We want to make sure that the districts are generally in the same places they've been in. If you know that, you know, District 2 and District 8 have generally kind of covered the central area, we want to make sure that that still makes sense. And then, you know, we're not going to move District 4 to the far east side. It's just something that's not going to make a lot of sense to people. Relatively equal in population, we've covered. Compact and contiguous area. So no jumping around, no creating little islands or little like weird stretchy bits. And then we run a calculation on all of our maps for compactness. So we actually have like a score that they do based on numbers. But, you know, if you're looking at it, is it kind of together versus, again, stretched out kind of weirdly? And then consideration may be given to preserve incumbent districts. And what this is that council recognizes that you have a relationship with your current sitting representative. That's the person who you had an opportunity to elect. And so we're trying, you know, as much as possible to keep people with a rep. But it's just one of the things we're considering. And you know, if reps are termed out, and then I'll also say that if we moved any representatives out of their district, they are allowed to continue serving out their term. So even if we drew it in such a way that, you know, Representative Rivera was somehow moved out of his district, he would be able to continue serving through 2024. And then it would just be at the time of the next election, he would need to be in the district. Just an example, I'm not saying we're moving Rivera out of his district. And then no packing or cracking of minority voters. This is another very, very important federal regulation. So this comes out of the Voting Rights Act, and this is we cannot disenfranchise any minority voters. So the city of El Paso, I got those 2020 census results. Again, no surprise, 80% Hispanic. It is nearly impossible to draw a district. I did it just as an exercise. Can't draw a district that's not majority Hispanic, but it is something we are checking every single map for. We make sure that we are in compliance with that race and ethnicity criteria and make sure that we're not, you know, accidentally cutting anybody out of the process. Okay. Okay, here is the map again, just so you have it fresh in your mind. So you can be thinking about what you would do differently. And if you've got a lot of opinions about how this map should look, then I would encourage you to use what we are doing for the public side of this is we're using Dave's Redistricting. This is a free online platform. You just create an account and then you can use this to make your own maps. So you can, if you just want to play around with the numbers, see what it looks like, you can use Dave's, and then if you really like it, you can go ahead and submit it for consideration. Dave's also has information in for all of the state and federal processes. So if you want to, you know, if you're really familiar with what's happening at the state level and you want to try and make some maps there just to, again, see the numbers, that is an option for you. So you'll have to create an account to do anything locally, but it's free. And I'll say it's pretty easy to use, even if you're not super computer savvy. It's a little point and click option. You just color in the squares and then it spits out numbers for you. So Dave's has options, and we have a full how-to guide on our website, and I'll show you where that is in just a second. And it takes you through, you know, step by step how to do this. But you can either have Dave's Redistricting create you 8 equal districts and then kind of work off of that. Or we also have an option preloaded with the current council boundaries. So if you'd rather work off of that and go, I know exactly what should happen to District 2, you can just adjust from there. And then the really cool thing I think about Dave's is they have a really nice set of analytics tools. So they do a bunch of analysis. They have a bunch of data in here. So there's, you can look at deviation, you can look at the statistics, you'll click the little button and then it pulls up this chart. It'll tell you whether it's contiguous. It'll give you that compactness score. It'll run you through parties, voter age, population, race, and ethnicity. And then there's also a statistics tool that does kind of an overall look at your map, has other fun calculations that are too complicated for me to do, but they have it all loaded in there, and it's really, really cool stuff. And if you get through that, you like all the numbers, you like the way the map looks, please submit it to us. So there's also a share button on Dave's, and you just click that, you copy the link, and send it over to us at redistricting@elpasotexas.gov. And I'll leave that up for a little bit of time so you can take down the contact information. And when you submit the map, you can also submit anything, you know, written explanation or comments, anything as backup that you want the commission and ultimately city council to have in mind when they're looking at your map. And then if you submit a map, staff does just verify that it meets the criteria, but all maps get presented to the commission regardless. And we would also invite you, if you submit a map, to come to the commission, you know, either in person or on Teams, just like we are tonight. And you can present your map, answer any questions, you know, give kind of a verbal explanation, walk us through what you were looking at. And that was something we'd highly encourage everyone to do. So here are the next meetings. So this is us tonight on Teams. Tomorrow be at Northeast Regional Command, and then Thursday, West Side Regional Command on Osborne. And then this is going to be your homepage for everything redistricting. So elpasotexas.gov/shape-EP. If you just go to the regular city homepage, there's a little banner you can click on there and it'll take you to the website, or you can put it in directly. And if you go there, that has everything. Well, I'll open it up in a minute. And then you can also go to the email. So this email, redistricting@elpasotexas.gov. goes out to all of the staff involved in the redistricting process. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, thank you, Ms. Lopez, that you can send them over there. We'll get you an answer. And then if it's just comments about the work the commission is doing, things you want to see in the maps, we do regular reports to the commission on comment that we receive online and digitally. So that will get forwarded on to the folks making the decisions. And I'll go ahead and open up the website here. So if you open it up, here's what you'll see. We have links here, you know, a background of history, you know, the historic boundaries, if you want to know who your representative is now, more background information on the actual resolutions, the map, the census results, all that good stuff. And then this right here, commission, that will open up information on who is on the commission, our meeting minutes, our posted agendas. Plan submittal guidelines has everything you need to know about submitting a map. So how you do it, that how-to guide for days redistricting, along with all the rules the commission has asked folks to follow. So deadlines, that kind of thing. Proposed maps, I will open up and we can go into detail. I'll zoom in at request. Upcoming meetings, this opens up our full meeting list. So it'll give you the list of the commission meetings through April, along with our public meeting schedule. Watch the meetings, that's a link to the city's live stream, so you can watch back past meetings, recorded meetings, and then if there is one live, you'll click that and it'll pull it up. I won't do it right now, worried about feedback. And then engage with us. This works just like any other little contact us portal on the city's website, so you can put in your information here, add in your question or comment. Again, if it's something we can respond to, we'll get an answer back to you quickly. If it's just general comments, we'll forward that on to the commission. And then I would just say, you know, to be able to send attachments and that kind of thing, if you want to submit a map, redistricting at elpasotexas.gov is your best bet. But I think what everybody's here for is the fun stuff. So these are the proposed maps. If you click that proposed maps link, and this is updated live as we get new maps in. This left side of the screen will show you some basic statistics. So that little total down here at the bottom is where we are in the 10% variation. So this is the number that can't go above 10. And then there'll be information on who submitted the map, what the compactness score is, and then a link to view it on Dave's redistricting. So again, you can click through to Dave's to get a ton more statistics and analysis. And then if there's any backup, they'll have a link here and it'll pull up you know, any explanation for, you know, choices on the map, that kind of thing. So you can go into detail there. So this is a map submitted by Vice Chair Sylvia Carrion, and this is the alignment here. And then I said, I'll just go through all of these really quickly. I'll leave them up for a second, but then if anybody wants to go back to an option or has a specific part of town they would like to look at under each of the proposals, I think drop it in the chat or raise your hand and we can go through those. And then this proposal is from the League of Women Voters. And that's what that would look like. A proposal for the League of Women Voters has done a lot of work on communities of interest. They went out and did some surveying. They did a lot of interviews. And some of what they found was just that there's maybe more in common with those mountain lying communities than there isn't. And so just as an option, they've proposed District 8 crossing the mountain as something to consider. And we've heard, you know, different takes on it. Some people are very much in support of it. And it's an interesting thing to consider that, you know, really we wouldn't have known about without the League of Women Voters doing all of that research this past couple of years. This was submitted by a member of the public, Mr. Johnny Ruffier, fairly compact, low deviation, and he had some backup here about what he was looking at when he was working off of this, working, I think, largely off of kind of attendance boundaries and alignments that people find with high schools in the area. This is another map submitted by Commissioner Robert Burns. It's based on the League of Women Voters map with an adjustment for the Mountain Park neighborhood, which has historically been in District 4. And so just some consideration there for a group that, again, trying to keep people with the same rep or in the same district that they've been in where it makes sense. This was submitted by Commissioner Christopher Villa. Commissioner Villa was looking at, compactness and more about compactness in neighborhoods and ranked the deviation pretty low. He said, if we've got 10% to play with, let's see how far we can stretch that to make a map that makes the most sense for the people who live there. So I think this is, I'll zoom in a little bit. And then this was submitted by our chair, Martin Bartlett. And when Commissioner Bartlett was building his map, and I know he's on here, so I always say if the commissioners are on here and I've gotten you wrong or mischaracterized it, please jump in. But when Commissioner Bartlett was preparing this map, his look was really about kind of the character of neighborhoods, areas that were built around the same time, have the same kinds of infrastructure concerns, types of communities, the way that people live there, and kind of grouping those together and seeing what that would look like for the city. And then this was submitted by another member of the public, Mr. Julian Quinones. No explanation was submitted with this, which is fine. It has a higher likelihood of being considered if you do include some sort of explanation or backup, just so we know, the reasoning. But this is a map that was submitted there. And that's for now. And then I know Commissioner Esparza is also on. He recently submitted a map to me. We are getting that loaded in, but that will be presented at the commission meeting on Wednesday, the 16th. So keep an eye out for that one. But I'll go ahead and open this up if anybody has any general questions, specific questions. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, raise your hand and then I'll do the chat first. Okay. Yes, so for Mr. Dorjivara, so these maps, have they been converted to the new county precincts? No, well, yes and no. Yes, they have been converted. No, they are not up online yet. What we're going to do is we're going to keep all of these in here for historic reference and then convert all of them into the new boundaries, which shifts the population just a tiny bit. And we'll make sure to note that on the map title that it is with the new precincts. And then we'll open it up back up if you're somebody who submitted your map and to our commissioners, if you look at it under the new precincts and you don't love the way that it lines up, to get in contact with staff and we'll adjust from there for you.
And Karina, the first person to raise their hand was Eduardo Talamantes.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll let you call on people, Laura, because I just saw a little notification that was like 3 or 4 people. Okay, Mr. Talamantes?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, looking at the maps, if I'm looking at them right, and it's kind of hard to see what's the main streets and where it's hard to tell. But I like Mr. Bartlett's map so far because it kind of keeps the valley and everybody south of the freeway, which in the past we don't have anything in common with people north of the freeway, and they don't have anything in common with us. We all have different needs, and there's nothing wrong with it. And I don't see anything wrong with us being more or less one big community because there's so many things. This part of the city is one of the oldest parts of the city, and a lot of stuff is pretty much the same as it was when they first took these places into the city. So we need more help from a representative that's going to really try to push these things. We had that last time we had this census in 2010. I was in District 7. We got bumped over to District 6, and we had a good representative, Eddie Olguin. Our district representative back then in District 7 never really cared about anything happening south of the freeway, even though he had community meetings. They went on deaf ears. At least Mr. Olguin represented people, and he did get a lot of feedback from the people north of the freeway because he said he was putting more of his attention south. So they had a valid complaint too, just like we do. But we need to have this separate. It's not really a separation, but it's got to be where it's fair, and that's a very hard thing to come to. I know agreements are going to be hard, but in my view, I think we need to have something like what Mr. Bartlett's map. I kind of like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I should also mention, we are recording all of the meetings. And so, and of course, our commissioners are in attendance to hear everybody out. And we'll be posting this recording on our city's YouTube channel. I have Ivan Lopez next, Ms. Karina.
Yes, coming
Yes.
to us live from the Cortez building, if I'm not mistaken. I recognize the ceiling.
And I think you just have to unmute.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're muted.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yes, it is the Cortez building. Just wanted to thank you for the presentation. I guess I think I missed the part where are we able to access these maps that have been recommended from that website, the city website?
Yes. Yeah, let me go. I think if I'm still sharing. So right here, it says proposed maps. If you click on that, it'll open the interactive website.
Okay, and we
then
can
you
go
can
down the
click through
list,
there.
each of those
Mhm.
different maps, and then we're able to zoom in to see all the roads
Mhm.
of where the
Yeah,
boundaries
so if we
are.
wanted to see downtown, and then it's an aerial. So if you really wanted to try and find a particular building, you know.
That's great. All right.
And you can also, if you click on the magnification, yes, you can
Mhm.
type in an address at any point in time to get exactly what you need.
I'm in
Awesome.
Mills right now, but you can do that one. And then you can go. Yeah, you can. So if you want to see exactly where these are, and some of these you'll see little kind of strange situations like this. A lot of that has to do with the precincts. And so that may be something where you go, you know, I don't mind this, but if it makes sense to split a precinct in a certain way, you know, to respect the other criteria, that might be something that we would suggest. You know, you all are more familiar with your neighborhoods than anybody else. So really, I'd encourage everybody to go in and take a really close look at where these lines are and give us any, you know, comments that you have there.
Thank you very much. I do want to add a little bit, I think, to the conversation as far as what Mr. Talamantes mentioned. I mean, I know that conversation has started a while back, you know, to try to have the Lower Valley or the Mission Valley in one region. I mean, myself, I'm still a little skeptical about that approach in that, you know, I think at least having a couple of representatives in that area would help in terms of trying to have representatives that, let's say at one point, maybe not both of these representatives would be as compromised or as determined to improve the district. At least not the entire district would suffer in that case. But I think it's a vague argument as well, because I can also see that, you know, the fact that we're divided in, what is it, 8 districts total. I mean, the same goes for all. So, I mean, I just want to kind of mention that just because I see that that's been an argument or a discussion that's been started a while back, and I'm really not sure what are the benefits or the disadvantages of trying to allocate one area with one rep, where maybe currently we have about 3 reps to that one same area. But thank you for this presentation and for answering my question.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And then I think was Cito Negron next?
Yes, Cito is next. Cito, if you could unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hey, hi, nice to see you guys again. I just want to repeat what I said last night. I think, and I agree with the gentleman, I think it was Mr. Talamantes, who mentioned the League of Women Voters and committee chairs map. I think it looks like that map not only has Central as a discrete area, which is very important, but it also sort of follows the natural progression of neighborhoods that relate to each other. So the Central core kind of relates to each other from, you know, Sunset Heights to Manhattan Heights to Segundo Barrio to Chamisal. Those areas kind of relate to each other. They developed at around the same time period. And similarly, the Valley District also makes sense because those neighborhoods very much relate to each other from the Styles Gardens, Roseland area, all the way to Yarborough, Mission Valley area to Isleta. They all have a similar kind of valley vibe that's very distinct and unique. And the East Side, in the same way, surprisingly, has the most dense, compact population area in the city. And those newer suburbs relate to each other, as do some of the older East Side suburbs. So having those districts aligned that way makes a lot of sense. That's all I had. Thanks.
Great,
Thanks.
thank you.
Next in queue is Miss Sylvia Carrion. Miss Carrion, if you could unmute yourself. And Karina is very excited to have you here, Miss Carrion, and you are unmuted. Thank you.
Mrs. Carrion is, I'm so sorry
I
to
would be
everybody
here.
else because the Neighborhood
You know I would be
Association
here.
president, she's my favorite, and I'll say it on
Yeah.
record. She keeps
Thank
me
you.
honest, and she makes sure that I am always doing my job correctly, which I really appreciate.
I said, don't shoot the messenger, and I that's you. You're the messenger. So, yeah, I cooperate with it. I wanted to make a a brief statement to whoever's listening that although we can make commentaries about what we're looking at right now, with Karina doing the presentation and Miss Acosta doing all the things, I've been to every meeting. I think I missed my own, but at the Pebble Hills Regional Command Center, there was a total of 4 of us, and I'm including myself. There was 3 others and myself. The Mission Valley, I had another commitment, but I think Miss Karina said there was about 3. And then we went to Gary del Palacio, which is Album Park. There was 3. Then we went to Memorial Senior Center. There was 3. We went to Marty Robbins Recreation Center. There was 3. There was commentaries being made during this time, very, very mild type of thing. At Marty Robbins, Mr. James Graham from the Las Palmas Neighborhood Association voiced his opinion very heavily, since he was, I think he stated he was in a prior redistricting, and so he was very opinionated, and I'm hoping that he'll be there. And of course, February the 3rd was a snow day. Did you all have a meeting on snow day, Karina?
It was scheduled to be hybrid at the Blue Flame building, so we converted it to fully virtual. So we had a meeting
Okay.
on WebEx. I know you want the handout. I would say maybe like 10 to 15 people.
Wow. Yeah, I missed that one. It was I was snowed in too. So, and then yesterday at Hilos de Plata, when we had that meeting, that was a great meeting. Finally, everybody came up and they spoke up. Ms. Renteria, one of the commissioners, interpreted in Spanish to the people. They had a lot of commentary about exactly what we're talking about, is the communities of interest. But not only that, there was the gentleman, I think it was Sitio, that said, or another gentleman, he said we get bounced around from district to district. One year, we were District 8, and then we're District 3, and then we're District 2. And so we need something for our own. That's the same thing with us at the Mission Valley. We'd like to see something of our own. And I'm not saying that, like, my representative, Mr. Rivera, has done wonderful jobs for the Valley. He's done a lot of good things for us down here. And I'm not saying that, but all 3 representatives in the last 30 years have lived north of the freeway in the last 20 years. So we'd like to see somebody elected, and we could put somebody forward to represent the Mission Valley, which is south of the freeway. And as much as I could see it, I think Mr. Bartlett's map is in it. I understand we're going to see more maps coming in the future. My commentary to this crowd, please, please go to the meetings at the city chambers. They have meetings February 16th, February 23rd, March the 9th, March 23rd, April the 9th, April the 13th. You need to voice your concerns. You need to voice your opinion to the commissioners. We right now can talk to each other about a lot of things, but it only gives us an insight about what we're really trying to say to Karina and to Ms. Acosta. They're not the voters. They're just the presenters, and they're doing a hell of a job. But we need to go to downtown city chambers and voice our opinion. Which map do we like or we do not like? Listen to the conversation amongst the commissioners themselves. And if somebody says something that you don't like, say something. Say something. If you like something that they're saying, say something. We need to speak up for the people of our communities. This is our city. We love our city, and we need to be responsible for what's going on in our city. I thank you, Karina, and I'm not shooting the messenger today. Bye.
No, thank you. And then Ms. Campos Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Laura, and thank you, Karina, for this presentation. And like Ms. Carrion, adding to Ms. Carrion is that those in-person commission redistricting sessions that they have every 2 weeks, you also, if you're not able to go in person, you can connect virtually. You can see it in TV, you can see in YouTube, you can see it on live video, and you can also, they provide a number that you can contact and voice out your opinion and participate. Also, one of the things, have you ever thought changing the time? That's what gets people that the meetings, like, right now, virtual and at 6, it will be a success, like right now, because everyone is off of work at 6. Having the meetings at 4 and 5, that's a minus for people participating as much as we want them to do it. The other question that I have is, how many maps will be selected by the commission at the end, presented before council? Will they just have to be decide on one or a couple of them, or how does it works? How they're gonna finish their job or their duty?
No, so that's a great question. So what has happened in past efforts is either 2 or 3 maps. So if it's 3 maps, it's kind of ranked choice. Here's our first, second, and third choice. Or it will be a majority choice map and then a minority choice map. So, whatever, if there's a vote split, we've also had that where, like the way that the Supreme Court does their decisions, where we say, okay, 6 commissioners liked this, but this was a map that was really, in high ranking. So the commission should be able to get it down to, I say, 2 or 3 maps, and they'll submit a packet to City Council with a detailed explanation of what they were considering, why this map was chosen, what they liked about it, again, all the explanation and background. We heard this from the community. That's why we made these choices. And they'll submit that to City Council. And then we'd also expect probably the commissioners or the chair to come to City Council to assist staff with that presentation and answer directly to council about, how the process went and what they decided on. About the meeting time, it was a really complicated discussion and we've gone back and forth on it. So this is kind of the compromise. Is we know that people get off work mostly at 5. So we said, well, if you can call in right at 5, we'll hold public comment for then. Unfortunately, it's just a constraint of staff, IT having availability to the chambers, being able to have everybody there to record and live stream. So 4 p.m. Is about as late as we can go and book facilities. The pandemic's still ongoing, so city facilities are kind of in a transition period, hopeful for eventual ones. And then council still call in. And if I know that council starts at 9 a.m., which is complicated, once these start going to council, I would also encourage you, if you know you can't make that meeting or you don't want to sit around and wait for an item because you don't know what time it's going to be heard at, please submit written comments to the city clerk's office and they will read those into the record for you.
Thank you. And then another question. When we started here, the coalition on the meetings, and we all get together, the board get together, and we are considered community servants. us, the coalition and the board. I think it's the same way, and it works the same for the elected commission right now for the appointees. Is it possible? Probably. I heard something that legally or binded or you don't have staff to do the commission meetings around the areas. Like, for example, come into Mission Valley, have the commission there, and make it easy for the people to go to those places. Go to Northeast, have the commission a meeting there, and then the neighborhood associations and all the members involved have it closer to their homes. It is us going to them. It is not expecting them coming to us. If we are for a purpose that we're working together, I think it is fair for us going all the way to every district and have a commission meeting. But I heard something. I'm not the first.
If I can answer that question real quick, we don't have the capacity right now.
Yes.
It requires a lot of work on IT and City TV's component in order to make sure that it remains broadcast throughout the commission's portion. We could potentially go to all of the commissions, and actually we posted all of these meetings with the community as part of the district commission in order to make sure that we did not violate any Texas Open Records violations. So we had to post these just in case we met quorum. Sorry, if we met quorum from the commission. But we don't have the staff capacity and the technology in order to be able to broadcast this while we're out on site. We could record it and then post it after the fact, but that would require quite a bit of work on our part. And because of COVID, we're extremely limited in terms of staffing accessibility. There was a question yesterday in terms of providing a Spanish translator yesterday. We are extremely limited in terms of staffing translation. We are struggling to find translators for the city council meetings at times, but we're able to obtain one. And so COVID has impacted us at all kinds of levels in the community. And so we're still feeling the impact of those. Yeah.
Yes, I heard your answer back there on one of the commission's meetings, but I just wanted to make it right here because it is one of the questions that it comes out when we as a group start speaking about redistricting. How come they don't come to our areas? So I just wanted for you to clarify it. And
this was one of the ways that we wanted to, these community meetings are part of the reason that we're actually making ourselves available to make sure to bring the information that is provided thus far to the committee, to the commission. And so, and of course the commission is here at this meeting, and they've been at a good chunk of them actually have been at all of the commission community meetings that we've had to listen to what the community has had to say.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much.
And I think Miss Sylvia had her hands up again. You're muted. Muted, Miss Carrion.
Okay.
You're muted.
No, you're still muted, Miss Carrion.
Yeah, I can mute you. I can't unmute you.
I know. I'm trying. Oh, there I am.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a delay.
Listen,
okay.
To the question that Ms. Fabiola had said, I have heard that argument since back in November. They're trying to get to all the meetings. All the commissioners have tried hard, asking the city to do it later in the evening, and they can't. The only thing I can give to the rest of us down here is that all the meetings are recorded, all of them. So you can go to the Shape El Paso and go to the chat with the meetings, and you can actually view the entire meeting from beginning to end. And if there's something there that you noticed or heard about that you disagree or agree, then you can say at the following meeting, at the call to the public, you can register yourself in and say, I want to make a comment, but my comment is in reference to a meeting that was held last time or something like that. So you're not completely shut out of the process. It's just that due to constraints that the city has, and we tried to get them to do it, they just can't do it. And so the next best thing is that don't lose yourself by saying, no, pues no se pudo. No, you can. Watch the meetings on YouTube, watch the meetings on city council, watch them all. And if you don't like something or you do like something, make that commentary on call to the public, but make sure that you make the comment not just negatively, but if there's something positive, they want to hear about that too. Thank you.
Yes.
Great
I'll say, I know the
recommendation.
timing is some of it, but if you've got a phone, you can listen to the meeting. It's not the most pleasant experience. I understand that you can't see anything we're talking about, but the meeting is right there in your pocket if you need it to be. But yes, watch it back. You can send me emails as late as you would like. You know, if you're going to watch the 9 o'clock news and then watch my meeting, and send me a comment, and we'll make sure it gets out to the right people.
Next in queue is Jesus.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, I really appreciate that the city staff is going through all these meetings. It's a very good step forward, and I congratulate you for it. In the League of Women's Voters, we're also doing our outreach, and we have actually gone to quite a few neighborhood associations at their monthly meetings. And just to take advantage of this venue, I would offer to any neighborhood association anywhere in the city the opportunity that if you want the league to go out there and give a presentation on redistricting and what is happening and the perspective of the league on it, all you have to do is contact anybody of us in the league to. So the offer is there, and if you want it in Spanish, yo sí hablo bien el español. That's it.
Yeah, and just adding to Mr. Jesus Valdez comment, if anyone would like to have a meeting with him, I have his contact information. Just contact Coalition, and I'll go ahead and give you the contact information so you can get in touch with him. Thank you, Mr. Valdez.
And then before I forget, so all of our community meetings this week and then regular commission, but I'll also flag for you all, I will be presenting at the District 3, her regular meeting. It's being hosted by Representative Anello because, as we all know, Cassandra Hernandez is 8+ months pregnant. I was just on a call with her. Very excited. But I'll be there on Wednesday morning at her regular location, the Village Inn on Gateway at 8 a.m. So if anybody wants to be out there, see me again. So kind of a District 2, District 3 crossover, and we'll be there as well.
And we've also, Karina's also presented at a couple of other district representatives for District 1 and District 7. And we have reached out to the other representatives to see if they'd be interested in hosting us. So at any point in time, we actually do, to your question earlier, Ms. Fabiola, regarding going to the districts, we've actually reached out to them as well.
Yes, and I've also done a number of meetings with just organizations. Westside Democrats has reached out to me, the policy board for the Realtors Association. So any group that wants a personal, if I can fit it into my schedule, I'll be out there. So really, anybody that wants it, I've got this whole thing memorized now. So let me know. Oh no, not tomorrow, Judy. Sorry, the 16th, next week.
16th, yeah, February 16th.
Yeah, saying that you've gone to other organizations, that's why you are here, being with us. And
Yes.
Thank you, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
There are 3 individuals who are joining us by phone. I think one of them is Judy maybe, but those individuals who are joining us by phone, if you have any questions, you can press *6 and you can unmute yourself and you can ask any questions if you wanted to ask those questions now.
Thank you, Ms. Judy, for clarifying that. So we have 2 individuals. And I see a couple of them
Hello.
have muted themselves. Go ahead. The 383 number, if you could, go ahead.
Yes, this is Commissioner Esparza. I just want to let you know I wasn't able to get on virtually, but I've been on over the phone, and I agree with you, Karina. It is a little frustrating, but I've seen your presentation a number of times, and it went well. So I just want to let you know I was here, and I've taken notes. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think the 731 phone number, if you could go ahead.
Yeah, it's showing them unmuted, but I'm not sure if they have a comment.
731.
Hi. Yes, this is Vice Chairman Commissioner Isabel Carrillo, and like Commissioner Espinosa, I also have been listening on the phone, and I appreciate the participants that are listening today and participating, because we really do need your input. I would strongly encourage and invite everyone to join us at the next City Council meeting, which will be, our commission meeting at City Hall, which will be February 16th. And I know that the time could pose difficulties for some people, but I think this is a once every 10-year event that we really would appreciate your involvement. So thank you.
Excellent. So as you can hear and see, a lot of the commissioners are actually participating and listening in the conversation. So we appreciate that. Any other questions? I think Ms. Judy had mentioned to everybody, please tell your family, friends, and other organizations about these meetings and ask them to participate. And so again, yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Jesse with the East Cave Neighborhood Association. I had a question because I only found out about this meeting because I was emailed by it. And that was one of my things. Questions is, how are we getting that word out there for these meetings? Because if I wouldn't have checked my email, then I wouldn't have logged in. But I checked Nextdoor, because usually I see also Nextdoor, and I know a lot of people on the Nextdoor app. Are you able to post these meetings on there so you guys can get the word out to those people that are on the Nextdoor app?
So we post them on all of our social media apps, which is Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and we do have some of the departments on Nextdoor, but we'll add them to the Nextdoor. We'll ask some of the, I think the libraries and the police department are on the Nextdoor app, and so we'll add them to that section of the Nextdoor app. And I think Fabiola.
Yes, I just want to mention that please follow us, sir, especially that you are president of our neighborhood association. Please follow us on social media network, which is El Paso Neighborhood Coalition. We also share whatever the city is posting for the redistricting sessions. And please, we have a website, and that I put it on the shot. Please and subscribe to our newsletter so you will be directly receiving all this information.
And then
okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
And then
very welcome.
We've also shared this information with all of our media outlets, and in the research that we've done, we've been most successful with the media outlets in terms of the outreach to the community. And we are actually tracking, and Karina is tracking specifically as a recording secretary, all of the media outreach that we've done. In particular, we've done it in English and in Spanish multiple times, the outreach that we've done out there. And I think that I don't know what other.
I know if you really want people to come out for something, you have to put it on Moms on Board, but we're doing our best.
And I think
one question or one comment. I know this is Isabel Carrillo speaking, and I know at yesterday's meeting, several of the people that were present mentioned if you could post something in the senior citizen centers and at the different rec centers, if we could actually post something up there announcing the meetings both in English and Spanish. I think, I know it was just yesterday, and it seemed to me, Karina and Laura, that you were considering that. Would you all be taking care of that?
So we actually post the information via digital signage because we do have digital signs at the senior centers. So we'll make sure that pops up with greater frequency.
Okay, great.
And then I have Cito Negron with his hand raised. Cito?
Yeah, to follow on what Jesse said, I don't know if y'all have a budget, but for $50, you might be able to target Facebook ads or next door to ads to people who are friends with the Neighborhood Coalition, or something else that might help get those posts a little bit more visibility. And also with the media folks, $50 on to promote the ad on the on the TV station's websites or whatever.
Yes, and we did push that out through the promotion option.
And I'm laughing because Laura has been working so hard to try and get promoted posts on social media. The like terms of whatever, your terms and conditions for those, they're saying it's political and are banning any advertisements. So
yeah, I was struggling with that
us,
one. Like, okay.
Yeah. So
I learned a lot.
We have sway. We're doing it, but she's got a half dozen rejection emails from Facebook, which is great.
And also, Laura has gone all the way to do it in Spanish on Telemundo and Univision. So the information has been out there, and we are I'm sorry,
this might be a little involved, but maybe y'all could get the GR folks on it, get them to contact the Facebook GR folks and see if they can figure that out, because clearly this is policy oriented, not political. But anyways, thanks.
I agree. I agree. I had been arguing with them for quite some time, but I think I figured it out.
You drafted so many versions where we kept trying to be, no, it's just a city meeting. It's unfortunate.
Laura, Karina, what about, it was brought up yesterday that there are a lot of people in the city that are not tech savvy, aren't digital, and I understand about the digital boards at the community centers, but I think there's still people that rely on hard copies and, not handwritten, but, posted paperwork type of posters. Can we get that adjusted for those people that aren't digital? I think one of the ladies explained, my phone I don't have the capability or access to the internet.
Right.
And I rely on posters.
Digital monitor, it's digital monitors that we put out there. That's the fastest way that we could get it out there. We will look at the printed pieces, so definitely we'll get it out there.
Okay, sorry, real quick. This is Cynthia Renteria, because it was the neighborhood I live in, right? That was the Hilos de Plata, where we were at yesterday, and there were the folks asking for it. And I actually got requests from 4 people wanting the packets. So I know at first it seemed like there wasn't packets, but then some people did get packets of like the maps and the meetings. And so like 4 other people asked for them. So definitely, I think these neighborhoods are like paper oriented and analog. And so thank you for all the work that you're doing. But if we could maybe give it a try and get like a few copies for maybe Hilos de Plata, San Juan, and the South Side senior centers, I would be happy to go pick them up and take them down to the centers. And then we can kind of ask people in that area, like, are people picking it up? Are they coming to the meetings or not? If we could start with like a little bit of copies that maybe we can put on the bulletin board or something, just for folks that, may not look at those monitors just because they are not digital at all.
Sure, not a problem.
Any more questions? Wow. Going once, going twice, and going 3. Well, just to wrap it up, thank you, ladies. Thank you for the job you do. You did a great job. There's a lot of things like everywhere else that we would like to have but also we will have not to forget that this is a challenging time. COVID-19 still with us, and we need to adapt. I think I really appreciate all the public and neighborhood association leaders that are here. I think we did a great turnout, more than 25 people showing up. I really appreciate the time you dedicate tonight. It is a very important time, like Ms. Carrion says. I could not agree more that we love our city, but we also need to be equally represented, and they need us. They need us in the process. It's nothing that they can do by themselves. There's no, Ms. Karina said it very well, there's no one better to say how the neighborhoods are if we don't live there. We live in the neighborhood, so they need us to hear our voices, opinions. Even there's no small opinion. There's no something that you may think that it's not going to be appreciated. If you hear someone say they wanted to participate in Spanish, most of us know Spanish. So even if they don't have a translation, I could confirm you that someone will be there in the chambers or by phone, that we all can help out. So we're here to help, and it's just to say thank you for participating. Thank you for caring and being here. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Stay safe and be healthy.
Yes.
Thank you
and
all.
Thank you again for having us. Thank you everyone for coming and logging on. And then it's in the chat, but if you think of something later, redistricting@elpasotexas.gov, and we will get back to you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.